Hello, hello, hello. Hope you guys are doing well. Me adjust the camera here a bit. There we are. See that the game chat is way out there for some reason. That's about it. And even perhaps, let's see where we are. Might have been a little bit too much. That's probably about right. Welcome in, guys. A little bit of changes around the stream. We're using a brand new resolution, which hopefully doesn't mess up the transcoding too much. I've decided to switch to a midway point between 720 and 1080, which is 900p, which is 1600 by 900, which is sort of a middle of the pack resolution. It does help in the sense that it's not full 1080p, so that means that it doesn't require quite as much bandwidth, but should provide a significantly higher resolution for us, which is nice, because it's sort of been lacking just a little bit. There's Pretzel, and I've spent a lot of time trying to get this game running on the retro PC. No such luck. It's good that the transcoding is working fine. I'm basically using 6 megabits in 900p, so it should transcode fine to pretty much anything, including 720 and 480 and whatever you're trying to use. It should also look better when you upscale it to 1080 if you want to do so. So I felt we could use the added space. Sort of been running out of space on the overlays lately. Yeah, there are lots and lots of different patches, but I can't get it working properly under Windows 98. I know for a fact that it works better under the patched GOG version works better under something like Windows XP. I could probably get the original game running fine under 98, but I would basically need an optical drive to do so. And I don't have the original CD, and I have no intention of putting any sort of optical media into the Windows PC. So I'm going to run the GOG version of the streaming PC. That's the plan. And I do have it working, so that's at least good news. To switch over to the other scene, we probably have to fix a few items there. I was messing with the overlays just before we went live, basically. I knew I would have to do a little bit of resizing. Now, one of the good things about this is that we don't need the system cam, so that means that my face is no longer in the way. Just be here. Well, this is probably slightly Stretched. Should at least give us a little bit more space for the chat, and we should be wasting less space on something else. The GOG has some of the grey face ones, and it does have the MP3 patches. And the GOG version does run fine without any compatibility settings. What I have done, however, is to be able to run it in windowed mode instead of full screen mode, is that I've manually set it to 16-bit. I know that the grey face patch has that. But I ran into a lot of conflicting information about most of that patch. I know that GOG has some aspects of it, but they don't have all of it. And I would prefer to play the game as close to the original game as possible, even if the changes that have been made are largely cosmetic and have to do with convenience. So I sort of made a decision not to install the patch on top of the GOG release, but we could do that at any time if we find it to be a major hassle. I probably won't though. Probably won't do that. We should fire up the game, because I need to set the size of the window. Yeah, there shouldn't really be any bugs in the official GOG release. I believe it's largely been patched. It's at the version 2 point something, so it's received hundreds of bug fix patches. There really shouldn't be many bugs. But the UI improvements are not necessarily there. No, the original version does not run under any recent system. That would conceivably work under Windows 98, but then I would actually need a physical CD-ROM drive in the machine, so win some, you lose some. Let me see if I can fire up the game. I'm going to mute Pretzel and see if the game fires up.
.3DO.
They came from the depths of the void, an ancient enemy of an ancient people. No one knows why they hate us so, or why they have made war upon us. Some say the struggle against their evil is the mandate of heaven. Though their origins and purpose are shrouded in mystery, their plan is simple. They travel, they land, and then they conquer. Now, they are here on our world to do to us what they have done to so many others. And they will do it, unless someone stops them. Come with me. You have much to learn before you can deal with the likes of those monsters. Since the arrival of the devils, foul creatures and evil spirits have appeared throughout the land. These signs and omens can have but one meaning, that your destiny is part of the mandate of heaven.
There we have it. A mandate of heaven, I say. Yeah, the games do tie together. There's a, although this game does deviate from the first 5. It's not a direct continuation of the story, although I believe in game 7 it sort of makes a comeback again. Let me fix up the platforming information. Since it's not directly, it's actually not completely true. Let's resize a little bit here, since we're at it. Seems about it. I'm going to fix the facecam screen a little bit here. Change the overlays a little bit there as well. We are roughly ready to go. I should really start by reading the manual. Could leave this music running in the background. That's perfectly fine. I was going to actually check if we had a map. I don't see one immediately when looking at it. But yeah, a lot of time passed between the games. The Might and Magic 4 and 5 were both released in 1993. Yeah, the first one early on and the late one pretty late in the year. Here is the map at least. It's also a reference card, which we shall download at least. Insert it into OneNote. Yeah, did you miss the intro, Gleaser? We could watch it again later on. I was just going to modding the stuff to the map and the reference card to OneNote, so we can reference it later. Let's jump over to the node cam a little bit here now. Going to have to adjust this quite a bit. Yeah, work on that a little bit. I might as well just start this again. I remember this being a massive pain in the ass when we did it for the first time. Yeah, I'm running it down to 10. It seems to work fine. I didn't really... I tried getting it running on the retro PC and had very little actual luck, and eventually just gave up. Thanks for the sub, Blizzard.
Blazer just resubscribed for 12 months.
Thanks a lot for the sub, Blizzard. Very, very generous of you, as always. Now let's see if I can... we can tune this. If we switch over to the note display. Can. So try to make it fit. Start by doing that. And then we'll play around with it a little bit. That seems about right. We'll want to cut a bit of the top as well. Not quite that much. Now we're extending the cropping a bit here. How does that look? If we now scroll it down. Still a bit too much. That's about it. Did I get away with that? We crop a little bit more here. Yeah, Lotus. Lotus is good. That's about it, I think. Pretty close to being on the ball here. If I do this now, it's roughly it. Might crop a little bit more from the top, not much. Just a little bit, so I could actually arch this a little bit more here. Still make it fit. Yeah, that's about it. That's pretty good. I want to spend more time on this. Spent enough. Okay, that's pretty decent. So cut this out. Let me run back to this screen. I'll fetch this. Yeah. Let's say that's about right. Lovely. Very Christmassy. Hey there, Tycho. Welcome in. Bargain bin as well. Pretty much ready to go here. This would be the map. Now, Merry Christmas, guys. I have no idea what this game is about. I've never played it, not once, and we haven't even read the manual yet. And this is roughly the map that's been installed. We have something of a reference card here that's been installed. We have, of course, the manual. Sure. You should probably take a quick gander at. And at least read the start of it to get acquainted with whatever it is that we're up against now. Use the size of this window. Now I can see what it is that I'm doing here. Return, switch between turn-based and real-time. Yeah. Now, Clavis words, discovering the unworthy. How is the sound, by the way, guys? For Christmas I got a new sound interface, the Focusrite Scarlett 2i2, which is a lot better quality than the one that I had before. So sound should be better. I should sound better. Clavis words, discouraging the unworthy. Enjoying your world, are you? It must be nice being so secure in where you are, what you do, and who you know. Most everyone around you is much the same, I'd imagine. And you're all such a herd of sheep. Slow and simple when the knife comes from behind to cut your throat. All you'll have time to do is squeak ba. Or maybe you're different, maybe you've got the fortitude to see beyond the safe illusion, or maybe you're just a fool, rushing in where pagan deities fear to romp. Either way, we need your skills and your heart. I'm Urmage Clavis Words, no doubt you've heard of me. What? Well, no matter, you're ignorant to a lot of truths in the universe. I'm here to educate you, to open your eyes. Accept this, your world is not your own. At best, it's a window on a reality of might and magic and wrath. A new world to you perhaps, but a land of long tradition now facing a harrowing danger. If it collapses beneath the horrors now threatening to overrun it, your world will most assuredly be destroyed, shattered all the way down to its foundation. Survival of both worlds, your own and Endroth, depends on your actions. No pressure though. You have the tools before you. You call them by strange names, computer and keyboard. They're no different than the crystals from cast runes I've worked with for centuries. Using them, you can work my kind of magic, reaching through that window to draw together a party of adventurers and guide them to victory. There's no reason not to. My boys did in fact buy me a sound card, yes. Awful thoughtful of them. Accept fear. Decide now your course of action. Will it be cowardice? They're holding a place for you back at the pen with the rest of the sheep. Or will it be courage? King Roland is missing. Most assuredly again. He appears to be missing every other day. Panic. It's gnawing at everything, everyone, everywhere. Some say doomsday is coming to call. That it's been foretold in the stars. There's no shortage of men and women buying into that, cowering under the night sky. More troubling still are the ones looking to those demon stars for twisted guidance. A cult has formed, the Temple of Ba, with a taste for fear and uncertainty and a hunger for the end of the world. Now, the Temple of Ba, we've heard of these guys, they were in game number 3. Their terrible desire has set them to the sowing seeds of disaster across the land. It's fertile soil for the doomsday cult's dread. King Roland is missing. Prince Nikolai is too young to manage the realm. Queen Catherine is away in Eretia, attending to the funeral of her father. The council of noblemen run the show, but there's nothing noble in the spiteful infighting between the lords and their lackey councilmen. While they snipe at each other for personal gain, the Temple of Ba grows more deadly. I fear the noblemen are positioning themselves to replace King Roland's reign with the dark theocracy. You will have worse. I'm tempted to believe the rumor that one of the council members may himself be High Priest of the Temple of Ba. You'll have plenty of opportunity to determine that for yourself, because the council is essential to your journey through Enroth. They hold the keys to the mighty oracle, and they'll only agree to let you in if you meet their self-serving needs. You'll want to set tasks for the adventurers in your party, quests that may distract you from uncovering the evil that gnaws at the land. If you fail, our worlds die, never forget that, but if you succeed, the adventurers you guide will gain experience and skill. They may yet be the ones to restore the mandate of heaven. The mandate of heaven. What's this mandate exactly? If you have to ask, you may never understand. Some call it the moral order of the universe, the opposite of the cold terror breeding up there in those abhorrent stars. Do what is right instead of what is to your advantage. Sounds simple, doesn't it? And yet, why do so many rulers resort to force in place of leadership? If a king embraces the moral order and follows it, then he is worthy to rule. If not, he has no business, no right to sit on the throne, for he's lost the mandate of heaven. The Temple of Ba seems to destroy for all time that pact between the gods above and the earthly rulers of this land. The doomsday stock in trade, monstrosities and disaster conspire to convince the people that King Roland Iron Fist has lost the very same mandate they wish to obliterate. The temple followers whisper that rebellion is the only way to reclaim the favor of the gods, and rebellion will place the friendly neighborhood doomsday cult in power, naturally. The Oracle understands this better than anyone. For centuries she has been the link that carries the gods' mandate. Find her and she may help you to stop the destruction of precious order and repair the damage already done. Fail and learn to love chaos. These letters are the last link we have to the king, July 28th, 1152. This game takes place roughly 200 years after game number 2, in fact. My beloved Catherine, it is my sincere hope that this letter will lay rest to the fears you have expressed for my safety and that of my men. As you must understand, this trip could not be avoided. Both the Kilburn investigation and the Blackshire appointment require my personal attention, and I haven't visited the northeast west in ages. It troubles me that you should fret over my welfare during my absence, however short it will be. So please, dear, accept my promise that I will return by September without mishap. After all, what could go wrong? I have 500 armed men in my expedition, all of them veterans of the Archibald campaign. I am a popular king traveling in lands no one disputes as mine, and we have heard no news of rebellion or unrest. Many people flock to watch us pass through their hamlets and villages, eager to get an admiring glimpse of their king and his men. Nothing stands in our way and no dangers beset us, even the monsters are scarce. We've seen but a handful of goblins and ogres and not even one dragon. The only trouble we've had was a freak snowstorm that struck as we entered the village of Rockham. Even that, peculiar as it was of little consequence, as the villagers put us all up for the night in their houses and barns. Of the devils that some say plague towns in the northwest, we have only rumours. We have not yet encountered a soul who claims to have seen one himself, nor anyone who has found the bodies of Lord Kilburn and his rangers. The only devils we have seen are those huge mosquitoes that love the swampland so much. Wretched pests. My place in history would be assured if I could only think of a way to rid the world of such nuisances. No, Catherine, Lord Kilburn was probably slain by something much more mundane than devils. Perhaps a pair of dragons or a large band of highwaymen. Either way, we shall resolve his disappearance in short order, bringing any human culprits to justice, or slaying any monsters. I cannot have my men attacked with impunity. Now once again put your fears to rest and believe me when I say that I will return come September. Tell our son Nikolai that I love him and know that I love you with all my heart. Forever yours. Roland. It's interesting. The tone of the letter sort of jinxes the poor guy. The king has a good heart, but he would be well advised to make room for a little suspicion. August 4th, 1152, Dear Catherine, due to the snowstorm in Rockham, of which I wrote you last week, we have reached Blackshear one day behind schedule. By the time you receive this letter, we shall once again be on our way, following the leads we discovered while in town. Kilburn's expedition disappeared a few days march west of here. We shall soon reach the site of his last stand and begin tracking his killers. Blackshear received us enthusiastically, and a few hours consideration was all I needed to select a new town magistrate. His name is Acton Spindler, former replacement for my previous magistrate and old friend Aaron Hampton. I have reason to suspect that Hampton was murdered, poisoned to be specific. There is no time for me to conduct another investigation personally. Instead, I am leaving Phineas Hawkworth behind to look into the matter. Ordinarily, I would not involve myself in local criminal matters, but Hampton's death fills me with a vague unease. It is probably a much simpler matter than that, but I'm nonetheless anxious to learn the result of Hawkworth's inquiry. In the meantime, I am proceeding with my investigation into Kilburn's death. Yesterday evening at the inn in Blackshear, I received a letter from a rather nervous messenger who said he was paid to bring it to me by a mysterious stranger who didn't look quite human. Pressed for a description, he could only say that the stranger was very tall and broad-shouldered. You know, big, like he barely fits into his own body, and that he wore a hat that could have concealed inhuman ears. The letter turned out to be a map showing a location near Kilburn's last known camp with the name Kilburn circled in red ink. I smell a very obvious trap, which could of course conceal a more devious plan. I cannot see exactly how. But perhaps the stranger is honestly trying to help anonymously. Either way, no trap set by man or monster can overwhelm the fighting force I have with me. Caution will see us through this safely. I will of course write you when we arrive in Edinburgh. You are always in my thoughts and I miss you dearly. Please convey your father's love to Nikolai. Love, Roland. Once again, he's cocky and jinxing himself. Never underestimate the combination of devils and army in one sentence. August 11th, 1152, Dear Catherine, I cannot honestly say that our trip to Edinburgh was uneventful. As we approached the town, we encountered a trickle of refugees fleeing Edinburgh that gradually increased to a flood. When questioned, they told us that an army of devils had been spotted walking and hopping towards Edinburgh, a town with no wall and no standing garrison. I immediately increased our pace to reach the town before the monsters could sack it. It was well that I did, for our arrival was but hours ahead of the enemy. Exhausted and ill-prepared to fight against an unknown enemy, my men nonetheless girded for battle. I ordered archers to the hilltop overlooking the town and infantry to hide amongst the houses near the road, with flanking cavalry out of sight around the hill. 30 men on horseback were sent on ahead to lure the enemy into the trap. It worked. The devils must have lacked even rudimentary discipline or intelligence, but they immediately gave chase to my men. The horsemen raced past the archers hiding below the crest of the hill and passed into the town with the devils hot on their heels. The bait was taken, the trap sprung, as hundreds of the most filthy, vicious and stupid beasts ever to draw a breath filled the road beneath the hill. I gave the archers the signal. Arrows rained down upon the devils from above, while the infantry sprang from their hiding places to bar entrance to the town. Before the first shock of the two armies' clash faded, the light cavalry rode around the hill, charging into the main mass of devils with lance and sword. Then the battle began in earnest, and it was all we could do to hold our lines against the enemy. Though the battle was short, the tales of valor and bravery are many. Sir Ragnar rescued Chief Sorcerer Tanir from certain death when he was set upon by no less than 5 devils. After his fireball spell failed, Ragnar charged into the group, swinging wildly and screaming like a barbarian. His first swing lopped one head clean off, while the next skewered an enemy through its black heart. The other 3 devils quickly overcame him, but the recovered Tanir slew all 3 with his famed Insides Out spell. In time to save Sir Ragnar. You'll be happy to hear that he is recovering nicely at the House of Healing in Edinburgh and will be out of bed in no time. Unfortunately, many were not so lucky. Others who survived the combat itself contracted the disease our healer says was caused by the filthy conditions of the devil claws. In all, 83 men fell in the fight against the devils, yet we've Providence to thank that our fortuitous arrival in Edinburgh's hour of need prevented the death of hundreds more. The devils suffered much heavy losses, 272 dead. The survivors, much less than half, thankfully fled as one on some sort of unseen signal, and we were too exhausted to give chase. After a short rest here, we will hunt them down and finish them off. I know you will want to know that I've survived the battle unscathed. I fear that what I've just written may be disquieting, but you would never forgive me for telling you anything but the truth. I'm entrusting my advisor Solomon to take care of the detail of informing the families of the fallen, as I have entrusted him with so many other things, including the delivery of these letters to you. He will handle the matter with tact and can be relied on to select the speediest messages for my letters. Eternally, Roland. P.S. I will send another letter after we've caught up to that demonic army and dispatched it. You and Nikolai should hear from me in about a week. Confidence is good. Overconfidence can be an abattoir. Yeah. He's been too cocky throughout this entire series. August 18th, 1152. Dear Catherine, before the sun rose over the Battle of Edinburgh, we departed to give chase to the monsters. Clouds streamed over our heads, very like the ones that delayed us in Rockham, threatening more summer snow. Dauntless, my men pressed on, driven by the desire to avenge their fallen comrades and send these foul demons back to the hell from whence they came. The devils seemed tireless at first, stopping only for water and fleeing like darkness before the sunrise. We chased them for days, even though they seemed to be outdistancing us mile after mile. Our forced marches and short rests made the hot summer days nightmarish and confusing. Several men fell by heat and strain, and we had to send a small contingent of sick men back to Edinburgh, lest they die from the stress of the march. On the fifth day, we reached the bitter, barren land of Pleasant Valley. If demons did not turn from their path soon, we would chase them into the sea. You have coffee and cake, 100,000 XP, plus 12 health, probably a level up if you can afford it. On the fifth day, we reached the bitter barren land of Pleasant Valley. If the demons did not turn from their path soon, we would chase them into the sea. Since we simply could not catch them at their tireless pace, I took a gamble and travelled northwest until we reached the old trade road that snaked along the western coast, hoping that when the enemy reached the sea, they would lack any real plan and would follow the road. Again, the enemy proved mindlessly predictable, and again I was able to lay an ambush that proved decisive. With a full day's rest at the narrow pass I had chosen, my men were able to contrive a vicious ambush that would have turned Archibald green with envy. When fully half of the enemy had filed into the pass we attacked, rolling boulders down the cliff face and showering them with arrows. The avalanche we caused blocked the road, splitting the demonic army in half. We concentrated on the part of the army that had yet to travel through the pass, and thus lacked leadership from the front. In minutes we had decimated that portion without a single loss on our side. Tactician he is, at least. The remaining army of devils immediately fled north, chased by our arrows and curses. Considering the small number of devils remaining, 45 or so, and the difficulty in chasing them any further, I declared the mission a success, and we spent the night celebrating our victory. The celebration, I fear, was premature. As the night hours wore on, my outriders began to return from their scouting details with reports of an army of devils numbering in the thousands, traveling out of the Badlands in our direction. I was forced to order a retreat, hunter and hunted reversing roles. Catherine, I write this letter to you during one of our infrequent and brief rest stops. Our pursuers are faster than us and do not tire as easily. My scouts and seers report that the demons have followed our trail despite all efforts to shake them. These horrible summer snowstorms seem to pursue us as relentlessly as the devils themselves. I fear there is a traitor amongst us, somehow signaling the enemy our every move. My dear, I want you to give this letter to Wilbur Humphrey. He is to organize an army large enough to put these devils down. Say 25,000 men. and do it immediately. I also want you to call upon Roland, the king of the dwarves, and inform him of the situation. He'll come, this danger affects both our kingdoms, and he also owes me, or he'll come probably. This is supposed to be, it's very difficult to read. This danger affects both our kingdoms, and he also owes me a favor since I came to his aid during the succession wars against my evil brother Archibald. In the meantime, we will flee east again to seek a fortified location that can hold off the demonic army until help can arrive. I'm not going to reveal the location until we arrive there for fear these messages will be intercepted by the enemy. I'm having so much dispatch our fastest messenger with this message. May you get it soon and act on it sooner. I'm counting on you and thinking of you and Nikolai all the time, Roland. So, is it his brother Archibald that has employed all of these demons and is going after his own brother? Somehow seems likely, doesn't it? August 23rd, 1152. My beloved, we reached Castle Kriegspire a day ahead of the enemy and have fortified our position in anticipation of attack. This is the last message you will receive from me until we are liberated by the army you and Humphrey are preparing. I thank the gods that I reserved this particular castle as a future reward for some loyal knight or nobleman. It has been unused since the succession wars, having formerly belonged to a supporter of my brother. Provisions here are meager. We are counting on resupply from either Roland or you, as we can only hold out for 2 weeks with the available rations. The forces we have here are barely adequate for our defense, but we should be able to last until your reinforcements arrive. Hurry. We have spent some time exploring the castle, finding many secret passages and surprises. Perhaps we may even find an escape tunnel. If the wall is breached, the traps, pits and secret ways will serve us well. I hope it never comes to that, but it is best to be prepared. I will be much relieved if the treacherous necromancer used to own this castle was paranoid enough to dug an escape tunnel. Solomon has been a great help during this entire misadventure, and he promised to look into the cause of the snowstorms. He is, after all, a master of air, to see if they are divinely sent. Another has already formed over our castle and is even now covering us with snow and misery. Devils seem to operate better in colder weather. Anyway, this siege will give Solomon plenty of time to look into the causes. Perhaps the traitor that is surely amongst our ranks is also the cause of the storms. Fear of such a traitor has me sleeping poorly at night, presuming I could ever sleep well in these circumstances. What would a man have to gain from such treachery? A high post in the devil hierarchy? I would like to see what wealth. Do devils even have wealth? What could it be? If there is such a traitor, I shall catch him and have him publicly strung up and tortured. To think that he is probably hiding under my very nose makes me sick unto death. There is nothing worse than a traitor, even Archibald would agree. Well, no use complaining, he will show himself soon enough. I am sure I must go now and finish preparations for the siege. Know that if I never see you again, I love you and I love Nikolai, and if you love me half as much, move as fast as you can to send reinforcements to our rescue. Pray for us, Roland. Yes, if I should fail to return, tell Nikolai that the third eye is in the well. He will understand when the time is right. It is his birthright and he will need it if he is ever to be king. King Roland places much faith in his son. Perhaps he can be an ally in your quest. Indeed. There are 2 types of magicians, the quick and the rotting, moldering worm-flavored food for spawns of evil. Or through the lore part of the manual, it seems. And, it's interesting. There are quite a few places that are named in the manual. Now, I assume that they give a little bit of hint as what it is we're supposed to do. Yeah, he's a fan of the Comic Sans. What is that? That strong fist. Might be strong fist. It doesn't matter what you call these instruments. Crystal ball, computer, the Shrine of Silicon. I don't think I've ever called my computer the Shrine of Silicon, but I might do that after this point. Have you updated your Shrine of Silicon yet? Have you received reinforcements for your Shrine of Silicon? Is your Shrine of Silicon properly updated? The ordered runes of Benaria. The ordered runes of Benaria. The keyboard. The abacus of Turing, rat, a mouse, the rodent of Park. They're artifacts of transdimensional manipulation, and with knowledge you can command them to do your bidding. At times they will confound you, like the protean wolves of Kriegsspear. These artifacts can and will perform different functions at different times, such as their nature. But I know how to tame their wild ways, and I can pass that wisdom on to you. If you were to consider yourself a puppeteer, you could think of these objects as the strings you pull and slide to guide your characters through Enroth. But to consider yourself a puppeteer is to do disservice to those who risk everything in joining you on this quest. Take heed, pay attention, and don't blink. There won't be a test later. Just a difference between life and death. Pretty sure JVC himself wrote this text. Game options and exit is on the escape button. Tab cycles the characters. Q is for the quests. A is for attack, shoot, or pass. C is the quick reference. C is for casting. S will cast a readied spell. Interesting, that's new. It's that used to be shoot for shooting the arrows. So I assume if you press S, it will cast whatever spell we used last time. R is for rest. T is for the time and calendar. Space is to activate objects to search bodies. N is for the nodes. M is for the map. X is to jump. That's new. The arrows are for movement and turning. Shift and arrow is for running. Control left right is for sidestepping. Also interesting. Page down and up is for looking and flying up. End is to center the viewpoint. Delete is to look down. So page down and end are to look up and look down. Page up and home are to land or fly up. The insert key is to fly down. Interesting. Enter is, as Gleaser mentioned before, turn on the turn-based mode, plus and minus zoom in and out of the map. 1 to 4 select and views the characters. 5 to 6 selects or speaks with the non-playing characters. And F4 will toggle the full screen and window mode. It's a sort of like an early 3D shooter. Touch the A key to launch an attack on the nearest monster. Cast a ready spell. With the S key, hold the control key and click on an object, beast or character to directly cast a spell on a target. Okay. Set your party in motion. With the arrow keys, using the shift key will allow the party to run. Use the control key in concert with the left and right to sidestep in that direction, useful in combat. If an object has potential, the space bar will activate it. Bodies of fallen enemies and friends may be searched in the same fashion. Pressing the enter key will alter the flow of the time, changing a party's action from free-flowing real-time to turn-based combat. If the party is in turn-based mode, they will not be able to move, run, or fly. You will only be able to attack characters and monsters or turn alter your field of view. Pressing enter again will toggle your party's action back to real time. So yeah, I assume you have to toggle in and out of real time for every battle. So when you're traveling around, you're in real time, but when you're in combat, you want to be in turn-based. Touching the numbers 1 through 4 will select the corresponding member of a party. Touch the number second time to see the details. Touching the numbers 5 and 6 selects one of the followers who may have joined your party for mercenary or personal reasons. That's the hirelings then. Touch the number a second time to start the conversation. The view and flying keys are positioned according to function. Ignore the flying keys until you've learned the art properly much later in your travels. R. Rest your party, allowing them to recuperate from battle and travel. Your map book is opened with the M key. The cult of Ba gaining ground so quickly, time itself threatens to become your enemy. Turn this threat to your advantage by using the T key to study your time and calendar. It will require many quests to restore the mandate. Review your current assignment with the Q key. Information is power. It is at your disposal. Touching N. Important notes from your travels are automatically kept for you by this mystic scribe. Since it can't be at hand at all times, the set key provides a quick reference. Dangers high and low can be avoided by junk beam with the X key. Your journey is documented on an arcane map that keeps track of your route for you. Magnify or shrink with the plus and minus key. The rodent of park, or the mouse if you prefer. A slothful, familiar, unwilling to so much as move without your helping hand. There are two buttons on top of your mouse to the right and left side. Click the right button while the pointer is over an object to request information. If the spirits favor you and there is information to share, your request will be granted. Click the left button while the pointer is over an object. You can pick the object up to drop it while it is in your hand. Left click on the ground. Give the item to your character. Left click on the character's face. Left clicking on a character's portrait means that you want the character to do something with the item. If it's a weapon or a piece of armor, your character will try to equip it or wear it. If it's a scroll, your character will either read it or cast a spell. If it's a spellbook, your character will try to learn the spell the book contains. Okay, so we drag the object over the portrait, but okay. Drink a potion, pick it up and left click on the character's large portrait. Add an ingredient or mix two potions, pick up the ingredient and potion and right click it over the potion, okay? To combine. Results are unpredictable and may be hazardous to your health. There's a shortcut to all of this. Holding an item with the mouse and right clicking over a character's face means you want the character to do something with. Expect your enemies, save your contempt for after they are lying in parts across the battlefield. Use your allies carefully. Your continued existence depends on each other. Right click the item you're holding and select himself as the target automatically. You're holding a potion and right clicking over a face. Have the character drink the potion, doing the same with a healing or protection scroll. Cast a spell. Yeah. Now, character creation, your gift is the ability to reach from your world and affect the faith of Enroth and beyond, but it's not in your hands that will directly search, conjure, and slay in the name of justice. Instead, all your wisdom and skills will be put to the test in guiding a team of adventurers drawn from the best this land has to offer. Best doesn't always mean well-mannered or righteous. There are grim and shadowy talents in the land who may serve your goal. You cannot afford weakness of spirit or indecision. Only your authority can lead this party of characters, good and bad in nature, in restoring the mandate of heaven to the world. You start out with enough influence to include 4 characters in your party drawn from 6 classes, each from a different walk of life. At first, your leadership will only be sufficient to attract apprentices, but in time, with discipline and training, you may see your characters grow to become experts in their fields or even masters. Okay. The menace that threatens us all grows stronger with each passing moment. Your party will be well advised to build up its skills and power for the hard times ahead. Adventurers are defined by what they look like, their walk of life, and their strengths and skills. Some see life as one big game, a competition of points lost and gained. The point score allows you to know your characters at every given moment. Hit points follow their injuries. Skill points reflect their training and experience. Click the mouse on a character to choose that adventure directly. The up and down moves from one character trait to another, allowing you to fashion the perfect warrior or mage. Remember that right-clicking anything with your mouse conjures a window of information. Portrait puts the face to a character. Pick something with personality. Class icon name visibly displays these details about your character. Name gives you a chance to get personal. I advise you not to call your knights flower, they hate that. Class selection is where you decide on your character's walk of life. Left clicking any class applies it to a character. Available skills can be chosen with the mouse as well. Bonus points are a way to enhance a character by adding or subtracting points to a particular skill. Okay, means you're ready to commit. Time to move on. Hope you made the right choice. Touch the enter key or click the button. Time to give some thought to who to invite to your party. Consider inviting a cleric to join the party. Nothing wrong with having prayer on your side. Knights are the workhorses of the fighting class, coming onto the scene with the largest selection of weapons and armor. No choices are close to them if they advance enough in skill. Merry Christmas, Texas fútbolur, welcome. It's nice and Christmassy here. It's even snowing on the manual. We're talking serious hardware. Being the toughest warriors, Knights begin with the greatest number of hit points and gain the most hit points when they advance in level. Knights can be promoted to Cavalier status, gaining 2 hit points per level. And again, to become an all-out champion, gaining another 2 hit points per level. Knights have no mind for magic, may never learn spells or the mediation skill. Clerics are adventurers, spellcasting holy men who are mediocre fighters. Their magic is most powerful in the areas of healing and defense. Clerics can learn from the mirrored paths of the light and dark magics and the awesome spells available in those realms. For weapons, however, clerics can only choose the mace, staff or bow. They do a little better with armor, only plate is forbidden to them. With much diligence and study, clerics can ascend to priest, gaining a hit point and a spell point per level, and eventually high priest, gaining another spell point and an extra hit point. Sorcerers are students of elemental magic, concentrating on offensive and utilitarian magic. Downright rotten fighters are barely able to use the dagger, the staff or the bow effectively. Forbidden shield and all but leather armor, they also have the lowest hit point of all classes. They'd be thoroughly pathetic if not for the tremendous offensive spells they command, and their access to the mirrored paths of light and dark magic, the most powerful wizardry in the land. With much spellcasting experience, sorcerers can be transformed into wizards, gaining 1 hit point and 1 spell point per level, and then to archmages, gaining another spell point and another hit point. Paladins cross the line between the knight and the cleric, performing both roles well, but not as well as either of the more focused classes alone. Like knights, paladins can learn to use any type of weapon or armor. They simply don't have as much choices to begin with. Paladins begin with the spirit realm of magic and can later learn to use the clerical mind and body realms. They are, however, restricted from learning the powers of the realms of light and dark as well as the elemental magics. Paladins who remain true to their cause may achieve the rank of Crusader, gaining a hit point and a spell point per level, and ultimately ascend to Hero, gaining another hit point and spell point per level. Archers are another type of hybrid. Like the Slamanta true original in this case of knight and sorcerer, archers may learn to use any type of weapon, or their speciality is surprise the bow. Discipline prevents their use of shield or plate armor, and archer's talent for spellcasting begins with the air realm of magic and may eventually grow into take in all the elemental realms. The realms of light and dark magic, however, are beyond their grasp. Archers can focus themselves to become battle mages, gaining a hit point and a spell point per level, and eventually may aspire to warrior mages, gaining another hit point and spell point per level. And then there's the druid, which combines the best of the sorcerer and cleric classes. They have few hit points and make 4 fighters. Their arsenal is limited to staff, dagger and bow. Their armor to leather and shield. On the plus side, they can build a heck of a circle of rocks and can use both the sorcerer and clerical magic. A unique mix that allows them to cast certain spells no other class can. They cannot, however, learn light and dark magic. Make up for that, druids may begin their apprenticeships with a learning skill. A druid can grow to become a great druid, gaining a hit and spell point per level, and eventually to an arch druid, gaining another spell point and another hit point. The character's class, whether druid or knight or what have you, gives them unique abilities born of long tradition, but it's the individual skills learned along the way that really make an adventurer special. Just as in your world, advantage can be gained in one of 2 ways, working it or bribery. Development points are the currency that allows a character to gain access to even greater talents. Simply shelling out development points will net a character a high skill rating, proving his ability with a weapon, a spell, or in any number of skills. The other, perhaps more morally satisfying option is to search out a teacher whose lessons can improve a character's skill in one of the many disciplines. Emerald is filled with dangerous marvels, and so there are many skills which help a character survive this land. Okay, so there are basically, we can create 4 characters. There are 6 classes. We have to pick 4 out of the 6, and potentially we could get some higher links along the way, which might help us or not. Though we don't know what they are and what their skills are. Weapon skills allow your character to use a particular weapon and increase the chance that the character has of scoring a hit. If you become an expert in a weapon skill, you will gain certain advantages when using your weapon. Masters gain even more advantages. You cannot become an expert or master on your own. No matter how many ranks you have, you must find a teacher to elevate you to that status. Staffs are 200 poles, equally good for offense and defense. Expert ranking with a staff will increase the character's armor class, and master ranking will allow them to occasionally stun their opponents. Sword skill cover most of the blades longer than a knife. Expert swordsmen gain a quicker attack, while master swordsmen may yield any one-handed sword in their left hand and another weapon in their right. Daggers don't do the kind of damage that a sword or an axe could deliver, but their quick attacks can sometimes let the character get in 2 slices for every 1 move made by a slower opponent. Expert dagger fighters can wield a dagger in their left hand while using another weapon in their right. Most master dagger fighters have a chance of killing a surprised opponent with a single blow. Axes are rather slow when they attack, but do a lot of damage when they hit. Expert axe fighters gain more speed in their attacks, while master axe fighters can deliver tremendous damage. Spears make their point by including all pole weapons with blades attached to the business end. Versatile, they can be used 1- or 2-handed, but they work better with 2 hands. Expert ranking with a spear will increase a character's armor class, and master ranking will boost damage caused. Bow skills targets both bows and crossbow. Expert marksmen gain a speed increase with their weapon, while masters fire 2 arrows with every attack. Mace skill covers all blunt trauma weapons, Baton's flails, the general whack in the head arsenal. Expert mace swingers do extra damage with their weapons, while master masters can stun opponents. Armor skill allows your character to use a type of armor and increase a character's armor class. If a character is not skilled with a particular type of armor, he cannot wear it. All armors carry a penalty by slowing down a character. Master and expert skill and armor reduces his drag for all types of armor. There are 3 kinds of armor: plate, chain, and leather. Leather armor is the lightest armor available, providing less protection than chain or plate. It also slows the character down the least. Chain provides more protection than leather and less than plate. Plate delivers the most gong for your gold. It affords the most protection, but also the greatest reduction in speed. Shield skill directly improves a character's armor class while a shield is equipped. Expert and master shield ranking increases this defensive bonus. Magic skill is used to cast each spell. Just as a pinch of nitroot is used to flavor a cauldron brew, skill in particular school is required before the spells can be learned. Magic skill can multiply modifier or alter time for a given spell. There are 9 schools of magic, including the 4 elements: fire, air, earth, and water. The priestly magic, spirit, mind, and body, and the good and evil paths of light and dark. Experts and masters have the power to conjure greater spells of any magic. Fire magic is a good way to burn a bad guy, and also includes spells having to do with speed and pain. Air magic tend to be defensive and informational, includes spells of accuracy and flight. Water magic is essentially useful defense and offense and concentrates on spells that move or change things. Earth magic is defensive and includes spells that protect, bind, and strengthen. Spirit magic concentrates on spells of life and death. Live forever, bring back the dead, slow or accelerate aging. Body magic cures disease, dissolves potions, and generally heals and enchants. Mind magic charms and confuses. Light magic includes some of the strongest spells. Light magic cannot be chosen by a beginning character. It must be learned and mastered during your travel. Dark magic compromises some of the most powerful magic in Enroth. Spells of darkness can have spectacular results but generally carry a price. Dark magic cannot be chosen by beginning characters. It must be coveted and invoked during their travels. Miscellaneous skills include diverse abilities that support your party in their day-to-day adventuring and general slaying of monsters from beyond. Identify gives meaning to items and equipment. You can't use something until you know what it is. The skill will automatically identify an item if your character's skill level is high enough. Special items may need an expert or master in the skill to properly identify. Merchant skills help adjust prices in your favor, whether buying or selling. Buy low and sell high. Repair skill allow your characters to fix broken equipment. The higher the skill, the better the quality of the item your character can play handyman on. Expert and master allow characters to repair complex items and artifacts. Bodybuilding pumps your character up, adding hit points. Meditation adds spell points directly to your relaxed character's totals. Perception sharpens your character's chance of noticing a trap, catching it in time, and the damage it causes can be reduced or avoided. A higher perception skill equals a chance to escape stronger traps. Expert and master rankings allow a character to notice and escape different types. Diplomacy is like having a politician in your pocket. It also your reputation in your favor. Got a 10 skill ranking in diplomacy. Talk to a nobleman, your reputation goes up by 10. Talk to a goblin and it goes down by 10. Your character fits in everywhere. Disarm trap is the perfect thing when you can't remember where you left your keys. All chests will open automatically, but you may get hit by a trap. The more skill you have, the better your chance to disarm before it goes off. Learning skill increases the experience your character receives. Every rank of skill increases the experience bonus. Experts double and masters triple this bonus. Learn enough to do the math and you will see how this could add to your advantage. Beware of the bar. The game screen. Everyone but the Cyclops of Darkmoor will tell you that there is more than one way to look at the world. Good joke. The Luminous class in your possession offers multiple views of Enroth. I made some notes. Let's see. Guardian Angel spell is here. A mode indicator, whether it's turn-based or not, is here. A waterwalk spell is here. Timing gem, whatever that is, plus spell, heroism spell, haste spell, shield spell, and stone skill spell. All of these indicated by lights on the character. Hit points and spell points for each character. Cast a spell, rest, quick reference, game options, gold, and food. Books and quests and notes and maps and events. Activate. Active party spells, feather fall, protections from lightning, fire, cold, potion, magic. The followers, which I assume are very like the hirelings. And the map with a zoom out and zoom in and a compass. Look to the NPC window for followers who joined your party for profit or pride. Study the auto map. As your main window on end of people seeing this view a lot. Never forget though, windows look both ways. Character info screen. Statistics. Experience. Skill points. Damage. Ranged and melee. Resistances. Where two numbers are given, the left number is the current and the right is the permanent or normal low. Fine. Standard chimney sweep. Yeah, he's definitely on our list of sought after followers. Inventory screen. Not the well-dressed characters wearing, wielding and brandishing. Character's inventory contains the sum of their material goods. 30 weapons replace weaker ones. Artifacts available for study. Everything can be shared. Left click picks it up, second drops it. Identify or repair by right-clicking in the pack. Equip by picking it up and left-clicking over the full figure image. Okay. Give an item to another character by left-clicking on the character's face. That's something that we know. Hey there, Hitch. Welcome in. Yeah, it was we usually celebrate on Christmas Eve, and we did so yesterday. I ate some good food and opened our presents, and Christmas Day is generally very calm here. We tend to just use Christmas Day for the family. And, I went to visit my father today, and my brother was there with his kids, so it was a nice and relaxing family day. Hey there, Tekor, gleðileg to you. When I do stop being so materialistic, get back to the adventure, touch the escape key. Fine. We're just getting started with game number 6 in the Might and Magic series. Exploring the rather hefty manual, but through the lore bit, and basically just exploring whatever information the manual gives us at this point. Spectacular display of magic will gain your admirers. A ferocious command of gleaming weapons will net an impressive body count. Neither will feature party, arrange for transportation, or carry out any of the dozens of other person-to-person negotiations that can make or break your quest. It's not just who you know, it's how you deal with them. Fame and reputation. The party of adventurers you build share fame and reputation together equally. Fame is simply how many people in the realm have heard of you. It is never lost or diminished once gained. Hope you must for fame such as mine. Reputation of your party rises and falls as you complete your quests. Killing innocent villagers will not earn you any respect from the local authorities, but might improve your chances of speaking with some shadier characters. Reputation can always be improved by liberal donations to the local temple, and as time passes your reputation adjusts itself close to zero as people forget the events of your past. Live life to its fullest. Your characters learn by doing, explore, and experiment. From my obscure glimpses of your reality, your world is a materialistic one, so you're comfortable with the concept of buying and selling, and thus supports its own brand of capitalism, and you may find bargains by following these general rules. When entering any place of business, it's a good idea to start things off by striking a conversation with the resident merchant, a shopkeeper, banker, bartender, trainer, what you have. A left mouse click on their image is all it takes for them to reveal the services they can offer. All you need to do is put the pointer over an item to inspire a local shopkeeper to make a sales pitch, including his asking price. Right click on the other hand gives details on the item such as the type, armor, damage, description, and value. Now that the value and price are different, prices are influenced by the merchant skill of the character doing the shopping. A very skilled character can leave a shopkeeper crying in his cash box. A lack of skill makes a character, and thus you pay through the poses. Left click on an item to buy it. Its cost in gold will be deducted from your riches. Don't waste a busy merchant's time trying to buy an item if your character doesn't have enough gold or enough room in her pack to carry it away. Either instance will force a shopkeeper to ring up no sale. Many merchants will also buy items, freeing up space in your adventures as backpacks and drumming up some extra gold should your party be short. Shopkeepers will only barter over their particular stock in trade. Don't expect to sell off magical trinkets to a weapons dealer. Hey there, 48K Ram, welcome in. We're just reading through the manual quickly here before we get going. Select an item opens the selected character's backpack. Right click on an item in a character's inventory will reveal what is known about the object. Passing the mouse over the object will prompt the merchant to tell you how much he is willing to pay for it. Left clicking will conduct a transaction. On occasion, your adventurers can reward your party with a weapon or other item that can't be readily identified. Some merchants can help with this mystery, usually at the cost of 50 gold. Like hearts and bones. Objects used by your party can be broken. Sometimes they can also be fixed, but merchants know you're in a bind. They'll charge you a percentage of an item. As part of a shopkeeper's repair service, your selected character's backpack is open, so a broken item can be chosen for mending. Pass the mouse over the broken item and your merchant will examine it and give an estimate. A variety of merchants and services should fit most of your needs. Blacksmiths sell and repair weapons, but not all smiths sell the same tools. Shop around for the most devastating bargains. Armory handles sales of shields and armor and will also negotiate to repair such items. So there's not the same store anymore. There's a blacksmith for the weapons and an armory for the armor. Magic shop and apothecaries offer potions and his miscellaneous arcane items. For a price they may be able to repair certain mystic artifacts. General stores put a price tag on the junk other shopkeepers are too proud to sell. You're hard up for gold to buy your wares at unfair prices. If you're starving, they'll always have something to fill your party's bellies, often for more than you want to pay. Like your own relative equivalent, banks in Android are establishments for keeping your gold safe while you're off literally saving the world. Yeah. The teacher at the spell guild has just one thing to talk about, spells and lots of them. As long as the selected character is a member of the guild and does not know all the spells, the guild spellbook bookshelf will appear on your screen. On behalf of your character, you can then left click on any new spell you want to purchase. A character in the party belonging to the Thief of Mercenary Guild can speak to a teacher at the appropriate guild to acquire new skills. Hey there, Nostalgic Rhino, welcome in. Temples offer a chance to give of yourself or at least of your party's hoard of gold. This is one case where charity is good for more than your soul. Generous donations can net healing or magical boons for your adventurers. Talk to the holy men of duty for details. Does this mean that we can turn a party member into a thief? You don't need a dedicated thief. Taverns rent room and sell food and drink. The party needs rest to recover from travel. 8-hour overnight is a good way to recuperate. A visit to a house of training obtains just one kind of service, advancing the skill level. The resident trainer will tell you if your selected characters in the field has earned enough experience to move up a level. Otherwise known as looking to train. So the trainer will tell you how much it costs and will gladly take your gold to advance your adventure. Also known as good job. Every level you train gives your character more skill points. Stables and docks are where you go to when you need more in the way of transportation than your party's blistered feet. Prices and schedules vary, so speak to the local stable master or boatman. Local city councils are always in need of able adventurers to take on a variety of dangerous quests. Yeah, I figured out, Gleaser, that you can't really have a real thief. Followers and trainers, almost every character you meet in Enroth can be persuaded to join up with you. As you meet a new character, a join button will appear on screen. Click this with your mouse pointer and the character will either reject or state his price and what skills he will bring to your party. Signing a new character will bring their image into one of the two windows below your automap. Inviting along certain followers can have a negative side effect. If their reputation is for evil, for example, that darkness could extend over your party and affect your future dealing and negotiations. If you can find them, watering trainers can be a boon to your party. Imparting expert or even master level training to anyone in your party who qualifies to learn their particular skill. By and large, a trainer will school anyone to become an expert, but will often place unusual restrictions on when they will share the secrets of a master. You'd expect a character's skill or fame or reputation to be a major factor, but some trainers will hold on to their master lessons because of the time of month, the location, or even the weather. Best defense is frankly to run away, they say. Nothing wrong with giving peace a chance. In these dark times, you may very well be dead by the first time you say hello. It's not to say you should revel in violence. What you go through to restore the mandate to this land may very well sicken you with the stench of blood and the screams of pain. Liberty demands eternal vigilance, and justice sometimes requires a willingness to stand firm and fight. A timing gem next to your purchase head warns of the presence or absence of monsters. When it's green, it usually means there are no monsters present. Liability reduced when used indoors. Yellow will indicate a definite monster presence, but somehow distant from the holder of the gem. The gem is red. Stop looking at the gem because something mean is very close. Time is perhaps the most important factor. On one hand, time works against you. Every character in your party moves at an individual pace, and that internal clock regulates over everything from the speed of their attack to the comeback from injury. Each of your characters' counters run independently from other characters' counters and monsters' time counters. When a character takes action like swinging his sword or casting a spell, his timing gem will go dark, indicating he's recovering from his last attack and is too busy to take another one. For example, an attack with a dagger thrust might cost 40 ticks, meaning that until that time goes by, the character will be unable to act. After the time has passed, the timing gem will light up again, meaning that this character can perform another action. I assume this is around the real-time phase, which we will probably never be doing. A monster's attack can take ticks off a character's counter, slowing their getting back in the green. Character who is moving, perhaps backing away before his gem is streamed, will find his recovery time slower. A running character faces an even greater time penalty. Those who are inherently faster can take action and lose less time, ready to go again in a shorter period. Experts and masters of certain skills can generally expect speed bonuses that reduce the time it takes them to take actions. Time can also be made to work for you. Your keeper's enter key shifts the chronological forces from real time to a more manageable turn-based situation. In turn-based combat, moments become frozen in time and your party's adversaries become immobilized as you plan your character's attack action, then unleash those actions on your enemies. Don't mistake this for having the upper hand, for in return your adventurers then become momentarily paralyzed as your foes are giving their turn at aggression. Touch enter at any time to restore the rush of real-time adventure. Set a character into the fray of battle, first select him and her, and then touch A on your keyboard or use the mouse and left click a monster. In the case of the keyboard, your adventurer targets the nearest monster with the mouse. He swings at the enemy you choose. The foe being nearby, your character will swing his weapon. If the enemy is far and the character is armed with a bow, he will shoot to kill. But if your character can't fire, he instead dodges and patches on that chance to attack. Each character has a quick combat move that can be immediately unleashed on a monster with a left click of the mouse. Steel and muscle are half the battle, magic is the balance, and its far-ranging power can tip the scales of combat in your favor. Such as your keeper to cast a selected character's readied spell, the most favored bit of magic kept at the 4 for quick effect. If it's a weapon spell, it will be unleashed at the nearest monster. Should it require a subject like a healing spell, your mouse pointer will become a crosshair. Click the crosshair on the target for the magic to become real. Also possible to choose the target of a character's ready spell by control clicking with your mouse. In this case, left click the mouse on the target while hold it down the control key on the keyboard. Yeah, Sippo is not going to join us this time. He's gone on the quest for an engraved lighter. Battle injury or day-to-day stress take a severe toll on your party. Overall health and magical potential can become dangerously depleted. Rest is the cheapest way to replace what has been lost. As long as your characters have food and can rest undisturbed for 8 hours or regain all their hit and spell points, the party will be unable to rest if there are monsters in the area. About that timing can, it is notoriously a reliable indicator of danger when used indoors. Something to do with the aura of buildings. If you insist on driving your party to the brink of exhaustion, they will gladly accommodate you by wearing themselves out. After 24 hours without rest, your characters will complain of weariness and become weak. This puts them at a disadvantage when using combat and other skills. There are magical means to cure this, but they are temporary. While your party is resting, your window becomes focused on the recuperation. If you're approached and attacked while sleeping, you will be at a severe disadvantage. The best way to avoid being attacked while you sleep is to pass the night in an inn. Adventurers are vigorous men and women. They need to eat. Couplets run bare. Will be unable to benefit from sleeping. Not get their hit points and spell points restored from rest. 2 ways of using the rest screen: rest and heal 8 hours, or wait without healing. Selecting one of the 3 buttons. If you choose to rest and heal, a number will appear next to the apple icon. This number indicates the amount of food you will use for sleeping on the terrain. Certain terrain like snow and the desert cost more food to camp. Simulate the difficult conditions of traveling through such inhospitable regions. If you select wait without healing, you will use no food, but remember that your characters need to rest and heal every 24 hours or they will become weak. Whichever way you choose, pressing escape or exit skips the animation and puts you back in the game. Experience counts. Let's consider how to add to your party's ongoing experience. When a character gains enough experience, they become eligible to move up a level. A higher level nets additional skill points that can be used to buy improvements to a character's set of talent. A higher ranking adventurer enjoys greater hit points and spell points. A level advancement is achieved by visiting the training grounds and paying for training. Mercenary, yes, but you get what you pay for. The price to increase an adventurer's level is 1000 experience points for every level you advance. To move up from 3rd level to 4th, the character will need a total of 4000. 5000 to advance from 4th to 5th. The actual cost can vary from one training ground to the next. Shop around if you feel like pinching ingots. Well, we ran out of money in both games 3, 4 and 5, so that might be worth it. Individual skills be improved in the course of your adventure by paying development points to increase in adventure skill ranking. For example, you can choose to increase a character's skill with daggers from rank 3 to 4. When the fates roll their dice, the ranking determines whether or not a dagger attack is successful. To improve the skill ranking of one of your party, view an individual adventurer's skills and click on the skill you want to increase. If the character has the development points to shell out the rank, the character skill will increase by 1. The cost to buy 1 rank of skill is equal to the rank number you're buying. So in our edged weapon example, increasing a dagger skill from 3 to 4 would cost 4 skill points. Indeed. This is not even a very complicated RPG. There are certainly worse ones. In many ways, I think 3 was actually the worst in this, in terms of the different magical types. 4 and 5 were slightly simpler, and in this game they've removed some of the in-between classes as well. So there are only really 6 classes in this game. There were quite a few in game 3 at least. There is another way of improving a skill ranking. This is by finding a teacher. These nomadic instructors may agree to increase an adventurer's skill from normal to expert, or even from expert to the very heady master. A more impressive title makes from some special abilities that aren't generally the same for each skill. Master Magewinger gains the power to stun opponents, while a Master Swordsman achieves a faster attack. A Master Dagger Fighter can handle a dagger in both hands and get in 2 attacks. Should one of your characters achieve Master Standing in a skill, you gain the benefits of expert status plus any new benefits from being a master. Try not to let it get to their heads. It's worth reviewing how certain skill rankings can benefit or hinder a member of your party. Weapon skill increase the likelihood of an adventurer to score a hit in battle, ties in directly to determining an expert or master's chance of success. Let's say a character is a level 8 master staff fighter. They would then have an 8% chance of stunning a monster when they hit it. The same character would also have an armor class 8 above normal, because expert ranking would increase their defense by their skill ranking. Armor scale increases a character's armor class when using a particular type of armor. Personally, I've given up trying to understand the current fashion. Most armors reduce the overall speed of an adventurer, increasing the time to take certain actions. Being an expert or master will reduce the speed. When you reduce the speed loss while skill ranking increases the level of protection, there are 3 types of armor: plate, chain and leather. Shield usage is a specific skill. It is not covered under the general armor category. Magic skills act as an influence on each spell, modifying the effect of its magic. Greater skill can multiply the damage a spell causes, or increase the time the magic may last. A magic skill does not reduce the time it takes to cast a spell or the number of skill points it costs to conjure magic. Although an expert on master ranking may award these benefits, there are 9 schools of magic overall. The 4 elements, the priestly magic and the extreme and dreadful good and evil path of light and dark magic. The miscellaneous skills include the less showy but even ever important abilities that will support your party in their day-to-day adventuring and battles. These skills include diplomacy, learning, bodybuilding, meditation, merchantism, traps, identify and perception. Each of these skills follows the same rules in regard to an eminent expert or master ranking. Indeed, spells. Well, let me get to the good stuff. Magic. Know all of this. Fire spells. Torchlight. Flame arrow. Protection from fire. Fire bolt. Haste reduces by 25 seconds the time it takes to recover from casting a spell or attacking with a weapon. The air for characters will be weak for 6 hours after the spell wears off. It costs 5 points to cast and recovery lasts for 4 minutes plus 1 additional minute for every skill ranking a character has. Fireball. Keep your party at a distance. If they stand too close, they will be hurt as well. 8 spell points. Ring of Fire. Damages all monsters and doesn't burn your party. 10 points. With a significant recovery time. Fire Blast. Streaks of fire in the direction your character is facing. Bolts are magically guided, so little practice aiming is called for. 15 spell points, and the caster must rest afterwards. Fires 3 bolts instantly. Does an additional 1-3 points of damage for each skill rank. Meteor shower, 8 flaming rocks from the sky. Inferno burns all monsters in sight. Your party excluded from the cookout. And incinerate. Massive damage on a single target. Here spells. Wizard Eye. Static charge. Basically an electric arrow, protection from electricity. Spark spell. Feather fall, slowing the speed of falling, prevents your party from being hurt falling more than 10 feet. Okay. Shield to slow the missile attacks. Lightning bolt to discharge electricity. Jump to launch your party into the air. Implosion. A spell we used often in game number 4 and 5 at least. The fly spell. And of course Starburst. We know many of these spells. The water spells. Awaken. Cold beam. Protection from cold. Poison spray, the water walk, the ice bolt, enchant item, acid burst, town portal, ice blast, Lloyd's beacon. You know all of these, pretty much. The Earth ones, the Magic Arrow, protection from magic, Deadly Swarm, Stone Skin, Blades, this is a new one, fires a rotating razor thin metal blade. Stone to Flesh, a Rock Blast, releases a magical stone that will explode either when it comes into contact with a creature or when enough time passes, causing damage in a radius of 20 feet. Turn to Stone, Death Blossom fires a magical stone far into the air, causing a very powerful explosion. Can only be used outdoors. Mass Distortion, been there, done that. 25% this time around. Spirit Spells, Spirit Arrow, Bless, Healing Touch, Lucky Day, Remove Curse, Guardian Angel, set up a combat with higher powers to resurrect your characters. Should they die, they will be returned to life with 1 hit point. It is posited at the last temple you visited. Price for the service, half the gold your characters have with them at the time of death. Good to save before attempting this. Heroism, turn undead, raise dead. Shared life, resurrection. Meditation, remove fear. Mind blast. Precision, cure paralysis, charm, mass fear, feeble mind, cure insanity, psychic shock, telekinesis, interesting spell, lets your characters avoid traps by manipulating objects from a safe distance. Body spells, cure weakness, first aid, protection from poison, harm, similar to the old pain spell. Cure wounds, cure poison, speed, cure disease. Power temporarily increases a single character's endurance by 10 with an extra 2 for every skill rank. Flying Fist, power cure. Light spells, create food. Golden Touch converts an item into gold with the worth equal to 40% of the item's actual value. For every rank of light magic, there is a better chance the skill spell will succeed. Take care, but if the spell fails, the item is broken. Of course it is. Dispel magic. Slow, half the monster speed. Destroy undead. Day of the Gods. That's the power meditation, speed, lucky day, and precision on all characters and Guardian Angel for 1 easy cast, cost of 45 spell points. Okay. Day of the Gods is very similar to the Day of Protection that we had in the previous game. Prismatic light. Hour of Power. Haste, Heroism, Shield, Stone Skin, and Bless. That's this is the these two, the Hour of Power and the Day of the Gods, are basically the Day of Protection, and what was the other one called? The Day of Wizardry was one of them. The Day of Protection was the other one. These are basically the equivalent. Paralyze. Sunray spell is back. And of course, Divine Intervention. These are the light spells, yeah. There's some useful spells in the light spells, for sure. Now, dark spells, reanimate, will allow the caster to raise from the dead any monster or non-player character depending on the original hit points of the caster's skill in dark magic. Toxic Cloud. Poisonous clouds, obnoxious gases. Mass Curse. Curses all monsters inside. Swap Metal. And Shrinking Ray. Here is Day of Protection. So in theory we basically have Day of the Gods, Hour of Power, and Day of Protection. Finger of Death is here, so is Moonray, Dragon Breath, Armageddon, and Dark Containment. So the dark spells are the powerful offensive spells, the light spells are the powerful defensive spells, and the body and mind ones are really the usual gathering, and then of course you have the elements and the spirits. You've been confronted with a great deal in a short time, with a great ordeal yet to come. Are you up to facing the challenge, the responsibility? Only you know that answer, and you better be honest with yourself. Yeah. Not that mundane illusion you call home. I won't be there to hold your hand. At best, the advice here is schooling. I can only share the knowledge you take to the next level. What I offer here is a small glimmer of clairvoyance to guide you in your first steps into a strange new land. Every man wants to know the future until he sees what cruel destiny the fates have in store. Some go mad with fear, others wither and die as they are deprived the thrill of surprise. Look ahead at what you can expect to face. Beware the heavy price of knowing too much. Your party begins their journey facing the south gate of the city of New Sorpigal. We've been to Sorpigal before. Wasn't Sorpigal a town in the first game? It was. Sorpigal was a town in the first game. Yeah, it was the first town in the first game. All you possess are the meager weapons and spells your adventurers have brought, and food for at best a few days. You will arrive with the knowledge of your immediate past. Mere hours before you drove away a pack of goblins from their filth-ridden camp. A death trap where monsters stage their attacks on ignorant travelers. Among the bones you found a handful of gold, King Roland's original 5 letters, and on the body of a traitor named Solomon, one other far darker piece of correspondence. This wild conspiracy between the Temple of Baas, King of the Devils, and this murdered fool Solomon is only the merest hint of the menace facing the very soul of civilization, but you can take advantage of their scheming with some cunning of your own. This last letter relates where the traitor is to go for his reward, and the word he must speak to claim it for his own. Go to the Lonely Night Tavern and seek out Andover Potbello. Talk to him about the letter, and he will give your party a tidy sum of gold. It's blood money, yes, but you can wash it clean by using it to finance the start of your good cause. Gold always burns a hole in my robe. I'm quick to spend it. Don't be frivolous in your purchases, but I suggest now that would be a good time to visit the local armor shop and outfit your characters with some protective gear. Start a conversation with the armorer eager for business. Don't be quick to speak of the services he can offer for your party. Blah blah blah. Pass your mouse over any item and he will talk price. Click once too often and it will be out of gold before you know it. Some characters are ill-suited to certain types of protection. Once an advantage has person some armor. Making a home position for your to begin. Excellent time to preserve the condition of your party. Unique nature of your interaction with Enrod allows you the privilege of freezing a moment in time. Save the status of your adventure by clicking the disk button. Yeah. Oh, I guess this is the map of the first town. So nicely provided to us by the game. Lovely. Explore new subcos of the shops and distractions. Take care not to wander into the wilderness. Visit the city council. We'll have a quest waiting. Clerk will provide the key to Goblin Watch. Bravery counts. Danger ahead. Don't need more of this. Then it's just troubleshooting. So not get ahead of ourselves in the game here.
Having cheated death during the night of shooting stars, you find yourself as far from your village of Sweetwater as old Falagar's magic could take you. 3 years have passed while Falagar imparted what knowledge he could to train you in your chosen professions. But the time came at last when he could teach you no more, and you have ventured into the world to seek your fame and fortune. Now, a world away from your lost home, you have stumbled across evidence of a terrible conspiracy involving a new religious cult. 5 letters from King Roland to his wife Catherine, and a letter from the King of the Devils to a wicked traitor named Solman have turned up in an abandoned goblin camp. Your fate seems inextricably bound to these letters and that awful night, and your role in the events to come may be larger than anyone could imagine. The tools you have are but a small sum of gold, your wits, and a lot of potential. The roads ahead are infinite, and all the choices are yours to make. So choose wisely. Good luck.
Choose wisely, he says. Party time, excellent. Glisser, points are welcome here. I assume that we want a cleric and a sorcerer, and we probably want choose Mehli. Choose poorly. I see that the game is running at a rather impressive speed here. The fire is burning very quickly here, and the skies are scrolling at a massive speed, and the arrows are turning here at a very frantic rate. So what do we want to do here, Glisser? Do we want to this composition at least doesn't make very much sense to me. I would think we would want a knight. Paladin, druid, sorcerer, cleric. Is the thinking behind that that you have access to the spells that only the druid has access to? I see your point. Not you. What did we yeah, the, that's definitely right. The yeah, makes sense. What I was trying to remember is what we called all of these characters.
How about me? I'm ready. Choose me.
How can we is she always a female?
Choose me or suffer.
No.
Pick me. Come on, choose me.
I'll be fit. Hey, you gotta pick me. You ready? It's help you need.
Choose me.
It's help you ready. You gotta. Hey, choose me.
Ready? Pick me. Choose me or
I'm ready. Choose me. Choose me. It's me.
It's help you need. Choose me. Pick me. You gotta pick me. Hey, choose me.
This is not an abundance of different character portraits for sure.
Choose me.
ready? Pick me. Choose me or suffer.
Pick me with choose me. Choose me. Choose me.
It's help you need. Choose. You ready? Let's go. You gotta pick me. Hey, you can count on me.
It's me you want. Are you ready? How about me? I'm the one. It's me you want. Choose me.
Cast yakety sax. Is that I assume there's no such thing as a reroll. You just get 50 points. Yeah. For the night. Can we get our points back? Yes, we can. A little bit. Yeah, Druid, this is pretty much silly low, but a Druid property requires both intellect and personality, right? No, it doesn't really have the same choice. The sorcerer needs intellect. The cleric needs personality. They all need endurance, so they don't all end up dead. Speed is definitely an advantage here. Can we I'm sure we will get some chance of enhancing these skills at some point, but we still have some points to award. Because then we have the yeah, luck is always a factor, speed is a factor, luck is a factor, endurance is always a factor, might is always some sort of factor, although it matters most for the ones that out in front. Accuracy is also always a factor. Have to count on a little bit of luck here somewhere as well. So I assume they all start with 2 skills, which you can't change, and then you can add an additional 2, I guess. I was thinking for the cleric. Yeah. Probably right in that. Yeah, body is the most of the healing spells. They can't learn fire. Just a question of in which direction to go with this, whether we go with spirit. Or whether we maybe want to go for something like learning. Or potentially even repair. That's a I could see that being based on our many problems that we had in the previous game. Meditation would give us further spell points. Learning would allow us to accelerate the learning process, and repair would potentially give us the option of repairing items, broken items. Repair, identify, and diplomacy. We'll take water here and identify. Here we can take here we might take air. What do we have here? We take diplomacy here. Should we take spirit or mind to start with? Spirit. Then we'll have I did unname the cleric, yes. If you click anywhere near this, it automatically erases the name, which is nice. That's about it. We're tied to the choices that we make here. I think we'll be okay. How bad could it be? He said just before he died. Lovely. So smooth. How many circles do you want me to take with the scrolling? Yeah, it looks pretty good. You can do it even rhythmically. It would have been a clerical error, yes. Flashing it says, sort of reminds me a little bit of trailer counter. Yeah, I can see the light here. We can see the statistics as well. How can we see what is actually equipped? Obviously we can't. Book of Learning a Spellbook. Learn the spell, pick the book up, and left click over the picture of your character in the inventory screen.
Good show.
Good show, he said. I think he might have eaten the book. He might not be too bright. The letter, my dear Solomon. This is since September 17th. This is roughly a month after the last letter that we read from that missing King Roland. You've done well, and I hereby promote you to the High Priest of the Second Circle. There is a sum of gold waiting for you in the hands of Andover, Potbello, and New Sarpigal, and he will turn over to you. If you tell him the Sandman sent you and show him the seal on this letter, Sandman, I like that. The handling of the Roland affair was masterful, and I especially liked the snowstorm touch. It really put a fear in him, didn't it? Superstitious fool. His removal has moved our timetable ahead by at least 2 years, and has spared us the trouble of assassinating him at a more delicate time. All arrangements are in place. My minions have engineered the recall of Queen Catherine to her homeland in Erythia to attend the funeral of her father. She will not return this year, and that only leaves her worthless brat Nikolai and that idiot regent Wilbur Humphrey running things at the palace. The people have begun to sense that something is wrong, that perhaps the gods are angry, that perhaps the Iron Fists have lost the mandate of heaven. Just a few more disasters and there may well be a full-scale rebellion, and we will be waiting at the breach ready to step in and tell the sheep what to do and when to do it. Already our temples spread across the land, offering aid to those displaced by disasters and comfort to the bereaved. Yes, remain in New Sarpigal and stay out of sight. When the time is right, you will be contacted and given further instructions. So take heart and know that our plan proceeds smoothly, and we will be ruling this world soon. Your position in our hierarchy will be very high. See no facts. That's nice. What the hell was that? No awards. I guess we better try to improve this situation just a little bit here. Poppy snaps are herb, magical herb of unusual properties. Poppy snaps can be used to make potions. To use, pick the herb up and right-click over an empty potion bottle.
It worked!
It did. Energy type yellow potion adds 10 to primary statistics temporarily. To drink, pick the potion up and right-click over a character's portrait. To mix, pick the potion up and right-click over another potion. Value 10. Good. A spell?
Yes.
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 Success.
Energy potion adds 10 to primary statistics temporarily. What's this? Less.
Yes.
Yes. First aid.
Okay.
Not yes. Distinct lack of yes. Red, blue, yellow potion.
Perfect.
Is it really? Hardly perfect, is it? Flame arrow.
All right.
Right.
All right.
Alright. Okay. Not total losers, at least. Armor class is 14, 0, 0. That's nice. Damage 5 to 11, 1 to 6. 1 to 6, 1 to 2. Relatively weak. We do have a little bit of food at least. Yeah, I figured there's a bit of trial and error to mixing different things. Is this the tavern? Or the temple? Does the sign say? A lonely night.
Hello, come on in.
Thank you. Ah, yes. Okay. I click here. That's Maria. Maria the Gypsy. With the death of Roland, the rumors of a collapse of the Iron Fist rule, the roads are almost unsafe to travel anymore. Brigands and the bandits of all sorts now prey on anyone traveling too far for the protection of the castles. No, their physical attacks are weak. These mages can cast various elemental attack spells. The proprietor of the Howling Moon is George Canis. It's a wonderful place. Tell him I said hi. And we'll put hello, the follower of Ba. That's the guy with the letter. And I suppose he will give us lots of coins. Ba, friend. Oh, I thought you were a member of my temple. Sorry, my mistake. Oh, the seal. I'm supposed to give you this money. Now go away before we're seen together. Someone will get suspicious. Could you do the Temple of Ba a favor? It appears that my brother left the old temple to the northwest of here in a little too much of a hurry, and the candelabra necessary for some of the rituals were left behind. What a sad tale. None of the bar priests want to go back because they're afraid of whatever curse has been placed on the temple. If you were to bring back the candle brought to me, I could reward you in their place. I suppose we could do that little thing for him once we level up just a little bit, or at least go buy some basic armory and weaponry. Did we accept the quest automatically? Rent room for 3 gold, fill packs to 6 days for 2 gold, have a drink or tip the barkeep.
Coming right up.
A powerful artifact, Mordred, is a dagger that possesses the ability to steal the health of its victim and transfer that utility to its wielder. Nice.
Coming right up.
Is that it?
Coming right up.
Probably it. No more tips for us. We have 7 food. How much?
Hello, come on in.
No.
Yeah, packs are basically full. Much the way it is.
How are you?
Which page? The scholar. Be careful with even ordinary objects. If something is magical, get an expert like me to identify it before you sell it for pennies of the gold piece of its true worth. You can be surprised by what there is to find out there. You might sell off something very useful. The Circus Fury in Castle Island Fish can teach you bow, shield, chain, plate and repair item.
How are you?
I heard you may have been less than lawful recently. If it could be proven, I would arrest you right now. How about I headbutt you instead and you keep your mind to your own affairs?
Aha!
Or we could always bribe her to keep her mouth shut as well. Fortunately, most violent people take their aggression out in the arena, not in the towns.
Have a look around.
Traveler's supply. You want to buy the junk? Fine. 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 Leather boots. The poppy snaps that make the this energy potion here. Then we have the widow weeps. He's willing to virtually give it away for 8 gold. I'm sure he is. The Firma root. 4, 6 and 8. Let's buy some. Take some boots as well.
Thank you.
Come again. Thank you. Come again.
Success!
It was... Okay, this is a mana potion, the blue one. Sadly, we don't have another bottle. It's fine. Two of them basically had an armor class of 0. 3 of them actually have an armor class of 0. One. That's an infinite improvement. We're invincible.
Hey!
Boats don't always travel on the schedules or to the destinations you want. If you want personal control over your water travel, water walk spell is the way to go. Say. She's the second person to tell us about that dagger. It's this place. That's the bank. That's another shop.
For a weapon?
Looking for a weapon? You might be. You might be looking for a weapon. A dagger. Piercing dagger. A long dagger. $300 seems a bit steep. Five to 9, that's at least acceptable damage.
Come again?
Thank you, come again.
For a weapon?
Could have taken a look at the other weapons as well. A longsword. Assuming that the one hand that he has is basically very poor. Don't seem to be able to identify.
Looking for a weapon?
That's basically the same item. As your identification is free here. A battle axe and a hand axe. And a trident.
No. No. No.
Very convincing no.
No. No. No.
No.
No.
No! No one wants the trident.
No.
He will have the skill at some point, but he doesn't have it right now. I'm guessing if we sell it back, basically give us pennies.
No.
Doesn't want the axe either. Potentially the hand axe.
No.
No, not the hand axe either.
No.
Just checking things out.
Come again.
There's a reason we save. This is why.
Greetings and salutations.
Greetings and salutations, he said.
Hello, come on in.
Yeah, you're right.
Coming right up.
We only have the sword scale at this very moment in time.
Greetings.
What can I do for you?
Have a look around.
Get rid of the junk. Different supply this time around. We'll buy what he has.
Thank you.
Come again.
Looking for a weapon?
I can see in the car screen what I can equip, he says. Yeah, in the skills part. Basically. Buy one of these daggers. I think this is basically the same mace as the one he has. This is better dagger for sure. Funny how merchants are always willing to basically give you stuff. They at least make it sound that way every time. Free hit point restoration, that's nice.
How are you?
Mind your own beeswax.
I need your help.
Do you? Ocean travel around here can be dangerous because of the sea serpents and water elementals that roam the oceans. So tired of the Shadow Guild, but I don't have any substantial proof of their activities. I'd love to have something I could show to Anthony Stone, proving the Shadow Guild is up to no good down here. Members of the Shadow Guild have moved down south recently and have been trying to exert their influence over merchants in the area. I refused them access to our town, so they kidnapped Sherry Carnegie, an old healer loved by the townspeople, in an attempt to convince me to let them operate here. I can't believe that their extortion has moved so far south. I thought I was safe from that down here. Please rescue Sherry. I can offer you some money as a reward, and I'm sure the townsfolk would appreciate her return. Fine. We get all of our important shipments in on Tuesdays, so that's when we can shop. This month's bounty is on a Queen Cobra. Kill it and return before the end of the month to collect the 1400 gold reward. Just south of town is an old keep called Goblin Watch. It was originally built to help keep the town safe from goblin raids, but times have been so peaceful recently that we haven't been taking care of it. You can imagine our embarrassment when we realized that the very monsters we were guarding against had moved into the keep. They also changed the lock on a very important door leading to the case below the dungeon level. We have a standing reward of 2,000 gold pieces to the ones who can figure out the combination. Tell us what it is. It's undoubtedly 69,420. Figure that out.
Don't touch the merchandise.
Don't touch the merchandise, he says. Oh, this is where we can buy some armor at least.
How are you today?
Why are you so... plus 10 might? That's nice. Is there still money in the trees? No, no money in the trees. Does this one do? 5 spell points. It's nice. Merry Christmas, Marsh. Welcome in and good night as well. Likewise, been fun having you here. Just starting our journey with the latest in the Might and Magic playthroughs. This is game number 6 in the series.
Closed. Closed.
Closed.
Closed.
The Buchanan's Lair. What time is it?
Closed.
Only open from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Okay, fine.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Because skills get so difficult to learn once you've achieved a high level in them, it's much more efficient to learn many skills to a moderate level than a couple of skills to a high level. Okay. If you're looking to master body magic, you need to talk to Gilbert Hammer in Silver Cove. Body magic is the magic of healing and strengthening spells. I will train anyone who is interested up to an expert level for 1,000 gold. All you need is a little prior practice for me to help you. Fine.
Hi, how are you?
I hate school. My father says I need to work hard so that I can get a good job, maybe even learn to study magic. Who cares about that? I just want to play. I like her. Beware of traveling to the islands just off our north shore. The waters sometimes have dangerous monsters and the islands are not too hospitable either. Why didn't you use all the goofy faces as emotes? So it's a very private joke then. Go away and leave me alone.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Thane Roper can train you to master the mind skill in Silver Cove. I can fine-tune your skill in mind magic, bringing you up to a level of expert. 1,000 gold. Lots of help in this
Greetings.
tiny little town.
How you doing?
Good. Spirit can be mastered with the help of Bishop Inquisitorio. He lives right behind the castle Iron Fist. You can't miss him. Spirit magic is the magic you need to bring life from death. I can train you. This important skill, we already had a little practice for 1,000 gold. So awfully nice of you.
It's closed.
It's closed.
How about some training?
How about some training? How about no? Don't have the skills yet. +2 luck permanent. Really? Again? Looking to train? Good job. You wanna train? Okay, that was nice. Early boost. Early boost. What's in this house? Greetings and salutations. Revi Botania can train you to master the Earth skill in Silver Cove. If you want to become an expert in Earth magic, you've come to the right place. Yeah. Everyone wants to teach us something.
Hi there.
Well, hello. Master the fire skill, you need to speak to Jezebel in the mist. Secrets of the fire are deep indeed. Right. Gone full circle on this mess. Time to
Greetings.
hike up the hill. What's here? The temple?
Can we assist you?
Perhaps.
Luck be with you.
Luck be with you, he said. Undoubtedly it will.
Members only.
That's the guild. How does one buy access to the guild?
Hello.
Mixing poppy snaps, ferna root or widow-weep's berries with water and an empty potion bottle will make a simple potion. These simple potions have a limited beneficial effect but are stronger than the herbs by themselves. Right. Right. Temple of Ba. The Temple of Ba moved out of that old temple outside of town. All of the little problems we've been having just went away. I'll tell you, there's something unwholesome about those people. I'm glad they're gone. As an expert healer, I can heal your wounds and many other conditions. Once per day, all I require is a donation of 2,000 to my church and 20% of the gold you find. So you can take your services and put them you know where. What's here? A shop.
Members only.
This is the other guild, the Guild of the Elements. We're back to the business of having separate guilds for the separate magical classes.
Hi there.
Well, hi. Enroth is ruled by a king and the council of 5 lords. These 6 people handle the laws, rules, and matters of state for all of Enroth. I am the one you need to speak with in order to join the Guild of the Elements. The cost to join is 100 gold pieces. Only members may purchase spells from a fine library. The guild has spells from all the 4 elemental disciplines, and like all guilds in the kingdom, we have 2 guild halls. Membership in one automatically enrolls you in the other. Yeah, that's pretty much always been the rule in the game, but at one point there was only 1 guild, and the earlier games there were 2, then it became 1, and now there are at least 2 again. So, fire and water, spirit and body, earth and body. So these 2 probably.
Hi there.
Our town is periodically plagued by giant spiders. Pretty sure that if the spider queen were killed, the rest of the spiders would go away. Currently, I'm offering a reward to the person that can kill a spider queen. Perfectly fine.
Thank you. You're too kind.
Is it enough to buy 1 entrance pass? We don't need to do it.
How are you?
Universal to the team. It's not a per team member thing. It used to be.
You'll have to sign up first.
Late and.
Hello.
To make strong, excellent pottery, you really need a hot fire. If it weren't so dangerous, I'd make a trip to Castle Kriegspier to try out the fires they're supposed to have under the castle. That's definitely a tip. With another quest. So many quests. Oh dear, can you help me? My daughter Angela is missing. I think she may have wandered into the abandoned temple near town, and if she did, she could be in terrible danger. Who knows what kind of horrible things are lurking in that cursed place? Please find her and bring her back to me. Fine. It is my sacred duty to accept donations for the Guild of the South. If you contribute 100 gold pieces, we will grant you guild member status. Members are permitted to buy spells from any Guild of Self in the land.
Thank you very much.
Fine. Thank you, very nice.
You'll have to sign up first.
It's not this one. So many guilds,
Hi
so
there.
little time. Heard this speech before. If mastering meditation is your goal, you need to see Norio Arikanaka and Mist. The way to achieve strength in the material realm is to achieve strength in the spiritual realm. I can show you the way for a fee of 500 gold. I'll help you attain expert skill and mediation if you already had a little practice. Fine. Fine. Absolutely
yes.
fine. Jason Traveler will coach you in the finest points of bodybuilding. He works in Freehaven. If you can handle his rigorous training. Yeah, you want to learn bodybuilding, listen to me. I teach you right for 500 gold if you have a little meat on your body to start with. Yeah.
Hello.
Someone has to do all the grunt labor around here. Too bad that someone is me. Blades and Mercenary Guild wants you, provided you're willing to pay a small fee to join. For 25 gold pieces, will give you access to teachers. For many of the skills a good sword for Haven needs to
Thank you.
succeed.
You're too kind.
Is that the only one we have? It's
How
relatively
are you
poor.
today?
Some sorcerers have cheated death itself in their attempts to gain power. These sorcerers trade their lives for eternal life as an undead. I can't imagine the lust for power that would cause someone to trade their soul. Leeches are powerful and determined. You should be careful fighting them. You know this. I'm a collector of rare and exotic creatures, and I make a living by selling some of these creatures as pets. Currently, cobras are in great demand, and I don't have many cobras left to sell. Therefore, I'm willing to pay handsomely for any cobra eggs you might have. Remember, if you find any cobra eggs, I'll give you the best prices. Wanna buy membership in the Buchanan's lair? We have 2 chapter houses in the kingdom. We support our members by teaching them certain valuable skills. I'm sure you know what I mean. All we want is 25 gold pieces, and our services are
Thank
your
you.
disposal.
You're too kind.
Guess we have to buy entrances to all of these different guilds, of which there are certainly many.
What are you looking at?
What's the guildmaster skill cost? 375. So here we can learn how to wield the axe and the spear, and the staff, leather, leather, leather. Suppose leather will teach us to wear leather armor. It should teach us how to use a staff. Interesting. Interesting. So far this game is showing a lot of promise.
Can I help you find anything?
Can you help us find anything? No. Question. This is the protection from magic spell. That's the berries and the roots. A leather cloak, leather boots. Weaken spell. Fine ring. Wand of cold. Cloth heart. Resistance potion. Guardian helm. Steel boots of fire resistance. Protection from electricity. Torchlight. Turkey's amulet. So many things to buy. So little cash to buy it with.
Looking for a weapon?
Not quite now.
Don't touch the merchandise.
That was the defense shop. Let's see if we already bought membership to these guilds. Probably did, right?
The magic of fire, air, water, and earth.
Firebolt. Protection from electricity. Poison spray. Wizard eye. Magic arrow. Deadly Swarm, Stun, Torch Light, Cold Beam. Wasn't this basically the same? This seems relatively expensive.
The magic of fire, air, water, and earth.
It was an accident. Did not actually mean to do that. Screw it. I'll have to earn some money. Yeah, I noticed that I could buy skills, which I did by accident.
The magic of spirit, mind, and body.
Yeah. There's very little trouble to be had though.
Can we assist you? Luck be with you. The magic of fire, air, water, and earth.
Mm-hmm. What time is it now?
It's closed.
Hmm? Still closed. Get out my way.
How about some training?
How about no? Screw you. How can I see whose character's turn it is, Glisser? Okay, just a circle around. Rich again. Whoa.
Hello.
John Talk can teach you to master the learning skill. I believe he's still living in Silver Cove. Must learn to learn well if you want to enjoy a long and fruitful life. You already understand what I'm talking about. I can take you a lot further. My teachers cost 2,000 gold. Fine. Go away.
Hello.
Go away.
Well, look who's here.
This is the mechanics layer. This is where we can learn merchant perception and disarm trap. That's nice. Isn't it? Kill the queen of the spiders in the abandoned temple. Nothing here. Now this is obviously something. Don't throw the key on the ground. This looks like something you could use with the key, right? So this is potentially not the correct key to use. These goblins are quite mean.
Help!
That's right. You flee.
Not here.
Not here.
It's at least a little bit of action. If you don't want to fight me, then fine. Be like that. Yeah, I suppose I could do that.
Hello.
I suppose I could do that. The sword and the stone. Not quite strong enough. Now we are strong enough. Suppose this is a better weapon. Where are we at? 8 to 14. What does this require? Doesn't really tell us. 200 sword, you can't equip it with a shield. The damage is now what? 9 to 25. Significantly more. And, our armor class went from down a little bit, although not really all that much. At least a far better weapon. Take it. Where is this abandoned temple? We took damage from falling. It's a new thing that we keep our eye on. That was definitely not a thing in the previous games. Except when you forgot to levitate and I suppose this just leads out of town. And, the quest sort of made it sound like the abandoned temple was actually inside the town.
How about some training?
Yeah, basically earned experience whatsoever till unhatched chicken. Found a horseshoe. Nice for us. High pots in the trees. trouble. How can I set the
Okay.
like this?
Okay.
Okay.
Is this the point where we run away? We'll just run away like cowards and rest. Just run away and heal, and then go back and beat these guys up. Up. Stop this. Definitely a minor goblin infestation in this town. I'm getting the hang of this. It's not actually all that complicated. Just a matter of figuring out how this works. I think we'll greatly enjoy this game. I think that's a given. Didn't I see what on the bridge? Did I miss something? Save, he says. Nice. Free gold. Oh, where is this temple? Yeah, we'll stay around this area to start with.
Closed.
Yeah, that was the seeing eye. Did we go in here already? Might not have.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. No.
I assume this requires the leather skill.
No. No.
Which we can buy.
I don't
Very
know.
similar stuff to the ones she already has. This one is attack plus 0, 2d4. This one can't really be any worse. This at least does a little bit of damage, actually.
Oh. Ah.
Stop doing that. I'm fairly sure I told you to stop doing that. It's very hard for them to hit me from this distance. Suppose they sort of can, but
Closed.
haha, there's a goblin on the other side. Where did you go to? Please feel free to die at any time. Massive moron. They're still trying to shoot at me from the other side. party is this? This is a real battle.
Help!
This is the point where we cowardly run away. This seems like a fun place. You need some experience, and killing is the only way to get there. Healing is very cheap to do here. Yeah, it's fine to use the springs while they do work. It's
Can we assist you? Luck be with you.
luck be with you, he says. Why did you want me at the temple door?
Greetings and salutations. Aha.
I quite like fighting these guys. It's still fairly easy to run away. These guys make good target practice. Figured as much. I figured as much. It's the game easing you in a little bit here.
I need healing.
I'm not getting any healing for now.
I need assistance.
How about you run then?
Can we assist you? Luck be with you.
Thank you, sir. Expensive heal. Right.
Can we assist you?
Mm-hmm.
Luck be with you.
Not a good idea, obviously, to let them become unconscious. Get here.
Help!
Can we assist you?
Mm-hmm.
Luck be with you.
Okay, that's usual. Cleaning up the bodies. Do you think you're going? A little bit of gold here. Okay, good to know. The numbers are dwindling a little bit here. Have a nice quiet snooze here, and then let's see what's down there. Definitely less of them now. Some sort of goblin village. Yeah, it's like more than one, slightly more, maybe two. Who's shooting fire at me? This shaman asshole. Yeah. We have a surprising amount of spell points. It's actually relatively amazing how many times we can fire off a spell. It's not infinite, but it's quite a bit.
Help!
Running away is also nice and easy. Requires very little skill. Yeah, that was basically the same with 4 and 5 as well. But, the magnitude's easier than 3 and 2 were. Nice trap. Yeah, this looks pretty good. We aren't doing too hot. We took a ton of damage. In the trap.
Help!
They aren't doing so hot either. Guess the Kingsmen came to check up on us while we were having a bit of a snooze. Might not necessarily be wise to fight these guys from range. We can at least do quite a bit of damage from range. Those little fire things that firing at us don't actually seem to be doing a ton of damage. Certainly less than probably fighting them in close combat, because we basically have no armor to speak of. Taking some damage, but it's very, very little. They're also very far away, so seems to reduce the amount of damage considerably. I want to get a little bit closer though. Why aren't we hitting this guy? Basically, all of these butt wipes left there. Probably go and rest somewhere. I see that the we have the default to run.
Not here. We can't rest here.
Default to running. Time saving skill.
Not here.
I'm
We
not
can't rest here.
I'm not entirely sure how many of the
Not here. We can't rest here. Not here. We can't rest here.
how many of the patches are actually installed in this GOG version, but I tried a little bit to get it
Not here.
actually
We can't rest here.
get it running on the retro PC itself. But,
Hello, come on in. Enjoy your stay.
it really didn't work out so well, and I don't really see the point. I'll just play it on the streaming PC using the GOG version, which seems to run absolutely fine. It's running in a tiny window, which I then have captured. And then I use a windowed projector of the capture to actually play the game, because
No problem.
how did you like that? You piece of shit.
Oh. Oh. No. don't know.
A ring of some sort. Might be a ringman battle. See if it has any armor properties. Does in fact not have any armor properties. Her armor class is still 0. She has no protection from anything. I don't know if that ring really did anything. Might have done absolutely nothing. The cleric might be able to wear a shield. Cleric is not able to use a shield. He can't wear a shield. He can't wear a shield while he's wearing this weapon. I have no idea what this ring does. Maybe it does relatively nothing. The good money was had. Already stole from this cookpot. Now we definitely need to rest. Yeah, we got pretty close. We haven't died yet, Gleeser. We've been playing the game for like 2.5 hours and we haven't died. Die in the first 2 minutes of Might and Magic 2. I've been taking a lot of risks. We still haven't died. Wow. You could either were very lucky or the game has gotten a little bit easier. I think it's the latter. Yeah, one could doubt it. I think we've basically explored all of this. What did we find here? We still can't wear this, right? No, we don't have the leather skill. I could actually see that being useful right now. We found quite a few items, leather items. I think we should head back to town. Purchase the leather skill for the 3 of them that don't really have any other armor on them. They are very weak at this point in time. What the hell are you doing in here? This is not a town for goblins. Please die. No one invited you here.
Need a ride?
Where could we buy that skill again? That's somewhere here.
What are you looking at?
That's right,
Useful.
leather.
That will be useful. That will be useful.
Leather. The staff might also be useful. We do have extra stuff. staff gives some protection, right? Doesn't really 1 to 6. 1 to 4. It's at least a better weapon. Raises your armor class from 0 to 5. That's at least not as terrible. He's at 0 as well. To get to 5. 4 actually, not quite as good of an armor. Beats nothing though. Also found some
I don't know.
scrolls.
I don't know.
That I suppose we could
Aha.
get identified. The same maze, right?
Looking for a weapon?
Perhaps. Better than nothing. This dagger, we could potentially use that later on.
Come again? Looking for a weapon? Come again?
This thing. That was the blacksmith, and we had the bank, right?
Closed.
Was the town hall.
Have a look around.
This guy basically buys anything.
Closed. Closed.
What's this place again? Seeing Eye. They bought and sold a lot of different things.
Closed.
It's open from 8 AM to 4 PM. It's just past that time.
Not here.
Hostile enemies nearby, right? Where would they be? A real-time fighting system is a little bit wonky. The sort of work.
It's closed. It's closed.
I suppose we can rest.
Can
No,
I help you find anything?
you can.
I don't know.
Protection from electricity. Sparks.
Thanks. Come again.
Okay. That's an air spell. Both of them. Both of these spells are air spells. I wonder if they can learn them nonetheless. Okay, so it's basically a single use spell. Okay. Okay. Right. She's the first one to actually gain some skill points. I think we'll use them on the fire magic for now. Of course, we're
How about some training?
running out of
Okay. Okay. No way. Okay.
running out of gold. Need some trifling amount of experience to level up the cleric. Basically like 5 or something. Yeah, I understood that from the manual. It's relatively cheap to level up to a mediocre level, but very expensive once you want to level pretty high. I'm seeking out trouble. There's trouble to be had. Stop running away, you coward. A slightly more experienced mage here. Where are these guys shooting at me from? There's obviously trouble on the other side of that hill. I think that's pretty much a given. I think we also found additional staff. Don't know if we bought that skill.
Some training? Okay.
Yeah. Take some training. I think we found one more staff. We did, right? Yeah, we did.
No.
He doesn't have the skill, but we could buy it for him. Let's waste some skill points first though. We have 5 skill points. It's going to cost us 2 to level each of these up. I suppose that's what we do, upgrade the chainmail and the sword. Closed. We have 142 gold. How much was the...
What are you looking at?
It's 375. It's pretty expensive.
Have a look around.
I will not.
Don't touch the merchandise.
Don't touch the merchandise, he said. She's the only one
Don't
that
touch
doesn't
the
have
merchandise.
any armor at all. Yeah, we need to go on a killing spree. Earn some gold. What's on the other side of this hill? These butt wipes are right here. There's their camp. Quite a few of them. Well, that hurt. That didn't really hurt. Strong little guys indeed. A spell point will at some point start to bother us. We've done pretty well. So we're running out of spell points. The sheer number of guys we've taken down though, quite a few. We're surrounded by these guys. Scheiße. Run to the hills. Bam-ba-da, bam-ba-da. Run for your life. Right. That was fun. Yeah, the jump thing, that was mentioned in the manual. Screw you. So. How to go past this guy without noticing him. So we did. You can strafe though.
Oh.
Problem.
Oh.
So the guys are actually making it slightly easier for me by coming over the hill. If they had any modicum of sense, they would wait for me on the other end, but they don't, of course, so... Basically just walking right towards me so I can easier kill them. Yeah, largely you play real time, but when you see the enemy, it's easier to switch to turn-based. It's relatively difficult to fight in real time. You can, of course, but let's finish off this journeyman guy first. They're quite a bit more difficult.
Oh.
How many of them are there? At least 10 or so. Everyone we kill though. I'll leave this guy for Sir Lancelot. He might run away now. Go back to town and heal and return. I've certainly done quite a bit of damage to these guys. What are we doing on food? We have 1 food. At some point we'll need to go and pick up some food.
Oh. Ah.
Got that one.
Hey.
We'll run out of mana here. I think we could still take these guys, actually. I think we just need to get a little up close and personal to these guys. Food. So that's nice. This crate will probably blow up. Yes, it does.
Uh-oh.
What does the crown do? I'm mostly interested in whether it does some actual protection to us. Seemingly no. We'll have it identified. Don't have enough food to rest. So let's hike back to town. Pick up some food. Open that other crate. Pretty sure it has nasty things within. Get out of my way, please.
Hello, come on in. Coming right up.
Yeah, there are a bunch of useless rings in all of the games, but they at least then have some monetary value, so you can at least sell them, get back. Pretty low on gold. There's lots of things to do here.
Uh-oh.
Huge loot here. Big loot. If we compare here, 6 to 22. 9 to 15. But, this is a big but. Would allow us to wear a shield.
I don't know.
$15 from 10.
I don't know.
Ah.
It's just a standard staff.
Ah.
This one is also basically standard.
Aha.
This is a much better value item.
Aha.
+2. That's nice. I have lots of these little plants to create a mana potion, so we could be making some of those. This is probably the most valuable find.
Aha.
Two D4 for all 2D4. This is actually a decently good weapon. It's a +4 armor. They're all at least armored, so they don't have a 0 armor class anymore, which is good. A sorcerer is relatively weak, so I'll give her some added protection. Haven't identified this one yet.
Nice.
Same one as we already had. Could at least sell it, if nothing else. This was a nice little loot. Who's attacking us here? Sorry, you weren't invited. Do we have awaken spell? Don't. But, we can run.
I need healing.
Let me run. What the hell is going on? Allow me to run away, please. Where did these guys come from? You had already rested there multiple times. That didn't go so well. Okay, never mind. Not so strong now, are you, when you're fighting someone who's actually awake? Tons and tons of gold. Spell. Some armor items as well.
Nice.
Static charge.
I can't learn that.
I don't think any of them currently has the
Can't learn that.
ability to learn.
I can't learn that.
No. She's probably the one that will get it eventually.
Nice.
More shield, it's a +4.
Aha!
A hammer.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. +5 basically. Right. Oh, +3. It's a +3. We'll, give it to the cleric. We'll then go to 8. So 8, 8 and 5. Out of food again. And it's cloudy.
Hello.
Hello friend, making a curious gesture with thumb and nose. Bah, the end of the world draws near. No one knows where the Supreme Temple of Ba is, but I've heard only full-fledged priests and high temple officials are allowed to visit. The 3 fountains we have here in town are said to draw their water from a spring touched by the gods. Each one is magical and beneficial to drink from. I have no skills to offer, but I'm good company. Feed me and throw me a few gold pieces and I'll be happy to accompany you. Yeah. Sure, you're lovely.
Greetings.
That's Falagard the Gate Master. I've seen a few devils in my travels and they're fierce to behold. I've had to rescue a few people from devil attacks and I was amazed at their coordination and prowess in combat. They must have excellent training to be that proficient. So again, my pupils, I'm afraid there's nothing more I can teach you. Your experiences must guide you from this point on. I know nothing more than you do about the devils that destroyed Streetborough. What I know, you need to ask. The Oracle in Freehaven will know what to do. Great Enroth of the terrible devils. Unfortunately, we need the approval of the 6 High Council members, each of which represent one of the Lords of Enroth. You must do whatever necessary to speak to the Oracle in Freehaven and rid Enroth of the devils. Fine. Guess we forgot to clean up the mess here.
Greetings.
At Storf, training centers are the best way to increase your level, but they can get awfully expensive later on. Personally, I recommend Abdul's discount training centers to avoid excessive training costs. The best staff teacher in the land, Jasper Rice, lives up near Silver Cove. You'll want to talk to him if you wish to continue your training with the staff. I can help you become an expert in the use of the staff as a weapon. All you need is an intermediate skill. Need to hire some staff, do you?
Hello.
Okay, we've done something. Not very much, but we've done something.
Hello, come on in.
We leveled up a little bit. We've used some skill points. We've
How
gotten
about
some
training?
basic skills for our members. They are able to fight. They have some basic armor. Not complete weaklings.
What are you looking at? That will be useful. That will be useful. That will be useful.
Learn the spear and the staff. For the axe, for the paladin. Everyone else has learned something of the other. I guess we could now go buy some spells or something next time around. Almost 3 AM here. I think all of you have gone to bed except Gleeser, who is a loyal follower of the Might and Magic streams. This was a fun start. And continue this next time. Let's see who's on. We might possibly want to raid here. Where's my control? Here it is. It is. Yeah, it's looking to be a pretty good game. We'll see how we get along with it, but sort of gotten used to the controls at least, and we've gotten through the manual. And, that's half the battle, really. At least to the point where we can move forward. Who's on here?
Why I say we're getting some fun tonight is because I think you have to go out and get fun. It just doesn't come and sit on your lap. You have to
Christopher is
grab it, make it, create it.
drinking beer and playing Super Mario Brothers. He's a very nice guy. We'll throw him a raid. I'm not fully decided if we'll be here again tomorrow. Sort of depends on how the day progresses for me tomorrow. We might be. Then for a subscriber Sunday, we might then do your requested game, Gleeser. If that is the case, I owe you a puzzle Might and Magic game, which is not really tied into this universe, but still a Might and Magic game. Might do that tomorrow. I'll let you know in the Discord. Depends on how the night plays out. If I'm running late, we'll battle columns, yeah. If I'm running late, then no stream, but potentially then a Monday stream. We'll see. Depends on whether I take some time off work or I don't. Thanks for coming, guys. Thanks for sticking around. A few of you that are actually still here. It's very late. I'll see you definitely sometime this week. There is definitely a stream on Wednesday. Probably not a stream on Friday, but Sheltem Saturday here for sure next Saturday. Until then, guys, enjoy the rest of your night. Enjoy your holidays and have a nice rest of the day and night. See you guys later. Sleep well later.